Hello. Okay, so funny story. I'm actually filming this mostly after the cutting has been done. Because I filmed a little intro before I did any cutting at all, and I was so nervous about the actual hair cutting that was about to happen that I talked in a really small voice, and you can just barely hear me. So here we are again. It's actually been a week since I did the initial cutting, but I'll explain more about all that later. Um, but hello, hi, I'm Coffee. Um, and today, well, I guess a week ago, we were going to see exactly how disability friendly the most common and viral DIY haircuts are. So, for a little bit of explanation, I'm also leaning really close towards the camera because I want to make sure the sound was captured well this time. Um, and I've also never really made a video before, so bear with me on all of this. Um, but basically, I've been watching a lot of haircutting videos over the last couple of years and such, and people doing DIY haircuts. Um, but I've never really seen anybody with a disability really try one, especially like it's not that I didn't think it could be done or that people weren't already doing it, but more like most of the ones I'd seen had people lifting their arms over their heads and they were holding their stuff really steady. And I would always be thinking to myself, like, I can't really do that. Um, and then also, like, I have tried cutting my hair before using actually similar tutorials to the ones that I'm going to be doing in this video, but uh, I could do it by like shoving myself against the wall and using the wall as elbow supports, which was really bad for my back and ended up being really painful the next day. So I was like, there's no way, like, there has to be an easier way to do this. So that's why I'm trying a different method this time, um, which is to say, I'm now on my dining table and I'm going to be trying to do all the stuff that we do in the normal tutorials, but without lifting my arms off the table. So like this is the height of the table, this is where my elbows are planted, and they basically, the goal of this was to see can the cuts be done, hair cutting be done without lifting off the table, which also means that I need to be able to like see kind of where the head positioning needs to be, where the hair needs to be pulled towards, how the kind of arms are to be like bent, what angles things need to happen at, because it's going to look very different, or in my mind, I thought it might look different than how people would do it normally. Um, so yeah, that's why I decided to do this. And the tutorials I'm using, I think, are by somebody I feel like a lot of people in the haircutting community would probably know. So Mondo's videos, I'm pretty sure if you managed to find this video somehow, you've definitely seen some of their stuff floating around. Um, and I think they're really simple and easy to follow. So I definitely like, I didn't just use those tutorials or I didn't just watch those tutorials. I've like been watching for a long time. So I used them as a base and then towards the end you'll see I tried to incorporate maybe some techniques by people or tutorial stuff that's not necessarily included in those tutorials, or like an adapted version of that stuff. So yeah, that's the gist of it. The main structure of this after I end this intro, which is like about to finish, is I just I'm not a content creator, so I just like joined together the clips that I recorded with the actual hair cutting. But I did want to say I left all of the like I did all of it on camera, um, because I really wanted to give people an impression of like a how long is it gonna take if I move slowly, um, or I guess I should probably start with about myself a little bit so you can see whether this is a tutorial you may want to follow, or this is not a tutorial. whether this is like an example, I should say, you want to follow. Um, so I have a condition that leads to muscle weakness, which means that I can't lift my hands above, or my arms, I should say. I have like really strong or normal like ability in my hands and fingers, so I have full dexterity. I am able to like hold scissors and move them around, and my wrist is fine too. It's just that kind of my proximal muscles, so shoulders and hips, like the core stuff closer to the center of my body, is a little weaker than conventional people or able-bodied people. And I also have pretty bad scoliosis, which also means that um, you'll see if you watch this through um, my bone structure and my angles are not necessarily like centered or straight. So I also have to keep things like that in mind as I'm doing the chopping. Um, okay, I think that was mostly it. So yeah, you're gonna be seeing me. Oh yeah, and this is like really long for that reason. Um, it's it it was a whole process. I actually started out with fairly long hair, and then I wanted to do the butterfly cut initially, but then I did that and I still wasn't super satisfied. So then I went and did another cut. Um, that's just more of a blunt. It's not even a bob. Maybe you call it like a lob is a long bob, right? I think I would call it closer to that. But it's also like kind of all straight. So maybe we'll just call it a shoulder length blunt cut. Okay, before actually we go straight into it, I realized I should probably tell you what you need to do what I'm planning to do. So first thing is something to cut your hair with. So I actually do have hair cutting shears because I have cut my hair before. So yeah, but I will say anything that will cut hair or anything that cuts will do. I know that most people are like, you gotta use hair cutting shears if you're gonna cut hair. Yes, hair cutting shears are optimal, but I also did my first few haircuts with like kitchen shears. As long as the blade of whatever you're using is straight, you should be fine and good to go. Okay, sorry, hold on. 1 second. Sorry, my friend. The peanut gallery be calling. Okay. Hi. 1 second. Okay. And then you obviously need a comb as well, something to brush brush your hair with. You need also some rubber bands. You need some rubber bands as well to put your hair up, and then I also bought some miscellaneous clips to get stuff out of your way once you're finished cutting it. Okay, cool. Now we can actually move on with our lives. Also, the number of rubber bands you need varies based on what type of haircut you're trying to do. So if you want the butterfly cut, that's going to be 2 rubber bands. And then if you want more of the blunt lob business that's going on, I used 6 because I was trying to be thorough. So yeah, now let's move forward. I guess first things first is to show you. Um, I actually really like the light that my hair is at right now, but I've been getting increasingly busier these days and don't necessarily have the spoons to take care of my hair as much as I would like to. And if you don't know what spoon theory is, maybe I'll link something below, but also Google exists. But essentially, not enough energy resources to take care of it. So as you can see, the tips are looking a tad bit scary. Um, so I'm thinking of, so even though I like this length, I'm gonna chop it off. I was thinking I might go for something along this, this much. Yeah, this much. right here. Like I want the majority of my hair to be around that length. That way as well, in case I mess up, it's enough to like tie into a ponytail and see and live with that until it grows back out and I can get to a natural hair salon. Um, and also I'm going to be combining two different tutorials in this video, which is the butterfly cut, but then also the curtain bang, because you can see these pieces in front. If I just brush them out for us, they used to be a curtain bang. They're kind of doing the like thing right there, but they're grown out quite a lot. So, okay. So yeah, you can see the length is decently long right now, the way it is. So, let me end this part right here. I'm gonna go wash my hair, or not wash it. I'm just gonna wet it. I don't have a spray bottle with me, which is kind of unfortunate. So the kitchen sink is right there. Um, sorry, I like keep looking at my like face where it's recording, but the camera is like the lens is right there. All right, so that was funny. I've never actually tried to get my hair wet using the kitchen sink before. It did its thing. It worked. Um, so now we just gotta make sure it's like brushed out. Basically, the whole point of wetting your hair is just to like get all your hair kind of at its like baseline length and get the knots out of it so that you're not cutting them at uneven lengths. So I get it kind of as straight as it will go, essentially. Oh, I hate having the feeling of wet hair. I hate it so much. Okay. So now that we look, oh, also to get all the knots out so you don't accidentally cut again your hair. Ow. I have piercings in my ear, cartilage piercings that I always had it stuck on. Ow. Okay, we're good. Blood. Okay. Also, to make cleanup significantly easier, I put a paper towel down in front of me. So that's actually going to catch all the hair and make this extremely, extremely efficient. So, the actual hardest part about this entire following the tutorial is actually putting the hair up in ponytails. So we're gonna do that right now. So again, my elbows are now planted on this table, and hopefully I won't have to take them off the table the entire duration of this. So let's do our best. Um, the thing is, you're supposed to put this on top of your head, right? Find your apex, which for me is like, oh, this is kind of hard to get on camera. Okay, I am gonna bend down a little bit so you can see it, but you've got it here. Kind of put your finger where it like meets, and then just take your brush, stick it there, and draw a line to behind your ear and bring it forward. It doesn't have to be perfect. So you brush all of this forward. Again, making sure there's no knots anywhere. Okay. I can't tell if that's catching it on camera, but you get the point. Again, none of this has got to be perfect. Okay. I actually have no idea what it is I'm doing right now because I'm not doing this in front of my bathroom mirror. Mostly because I don't have one. I'm actually gonna do this out with just my fingers. It's fine. Okay, let me just check in the. I have a handheld mirror right here. Just gonna check that really fast. Ooh, that's not even. Okay, hold on. I mean, again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it should be somewhat even. Let's see, this side is alright, I think. That's approximately where it's supposed to be. Okay. Oh, I think I just took too much hair. There we go. Oh, that's better. Except, what is this? That's not supposed to be there. Okay, the reason I'm also doing this on my kitchen table and not in the bathroom is that I know a lot of people can't really stand in front of their bathroom mirror for too long um, when we're disabled, and I mean, me included. It's hard for me to do things standing, so that's why this tiny little mirror that I have is going to have to do. Okay. This one piece right here is causing a little bit of concern, so I'm just going to put that back. So just check your work. See it like, oh, this is really obvious in the camera here too. Okay, you don't want this little thing that's like poking out here. So make sure you brush that down. And we're gonna bring it to right between our eyebrows, so right here. Okay, that's pretty good. I don't see any bumps that are major. And it feels like I'm pulling from approximately the same parts in every direction. Where my rubber bands go. Okay. This is the other important part, which is you gotta put it actually like in the middle. So do this part really carefully. And make sure none of the hair is like getting caught as well as you're doing this. Okay. Check in the mirror. Yeah, that looks alright actually. Is that maybe a little too high? I think that's a little bit high actually. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Let's roll with this for now. Okay. And now this is the actual hardest ponytail. Because this one is easy, you just like kind of stuff your elbows and does this. This next ponytail has to get right here. So I'm using a slightly tighter one because this is where most of my hair is in the back. So, this is so funny. Okay. Let's try our best. Oh, this is so hard. Oh. Now I see why everybody does this part off camera. It's so awkward. But the reason I'm doing it on is that, again, I wanted to show everyone kind of how you have to contort yourself if you're not just doing this freehand in the air. So this is kind of what is it? It's kind of like an ability check, like what do you have to be able to do to follow tutorials like this? Ow. And again, I'm like kind of smoothing it down with my fingers at first, but like I am gonna go over it again before I actually put the rubber band on with the tone. Because this is really where we don't want bumps. Because I don't know about you, but I'm pretty confident in my ability to like fix, fix the front bits. Okay, I think that there's just like still knots back here. Hold on. Okay, the knots were coming from up here. There we go. That should be better, I think. Oh, okay. Try it again. I still feel a bump right there. Right there. Okay, sorry, just making sure. Okay, that everything back there feels good. This is like literally the step that you should be spending the most time on, in my opinion. So actual cutting, that's gonna happen pretty fast. Okay, I think this is the last bit. I'm also tightening my hair. Oh, that was pretty good actually. Okay, that's pretty good. You want it to be in the middle. So I cannot stress that enough. That looks like it is in the middle. Great. Yep, looks good to me. Okay. Now that we have successfully done that, let's actually cut the hair. And yes, I realized that there was one strand that I just missed right there, but it's okay. Just double check one more time that they're all in the center. Good stuff. It might look a little bit awkward to the camera right now, and that it's off-centered because um, uh, I have pretty bad scoliosis, so like my neck isn't exactly screwed on straight. So it might look like it's a little lopsided, but that's why I did it by feeling and not necessarily by visual. Okay. Anyways, let's get this. Let's get this done. I think this part I actually did. We're like losing moisture right here. Hold on. I have a water bottle. This is definitely the way to do it, people. Okay. I mean, this part by now, like, it's all straight, so it's just a matter of making sure it's wet where you want to cut it so it glides through easy. Okay. Anyways. Remember this one, we're going to be cutting at a slight angle. I think for me, I want to keep it like right about there. Cut it to the bottom of the face. Right there, that's like a good couple of inches. Not bad at all. Still not too much though. Yeah, let's just really make sure this is all the same length when we cut it though. Okay, that looks good. And this is the part again where we're cutting like, this is so awkward. I can't tell what you can see or you can't see. But it's at the angle of like, you're just gonna pull it forward a little bit, okay? So up until now, I haven't raised my elbows above this table's distance or height, sorry. So let's make sure this is again straight when you do this. I don't know why it doesn't feel particularly straight right now. that it's not wet enough? I don't know. Whatever. I can go a little lower this first time just in case. A little bit. It's fine. So again, I'm gonna cut this like right above. Okay, that's fine. It's actually straight. Hold on. It wasn't quite straight. I can tell. Hold on. Again, do this above the thing so you can tell what it is you're doing. I think I need to hold it a little higher so I can. Haha. Oh wow, that corner is always so hard to cut straight. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. That's the whole point of this cut. But still. Okay. Now that it's like approximately straight. Approximately straight. We're definitely going to do some point cutting because, well, I have really bottom heavy hair, so we're going to kind of lighten that a little bit. I'm about to get so shredded for this. Point cutting is still a skill I have yet to master well. To me, it just looks like this is what people do. Okay, what is that? Okay. Let's take off a little bit of length as we do this. Actually, I'm gonna cut a little bit less on the left side, because the right side is where like most of my kind of bulk sits. Whereas like the left part of my hair tends to sit quite a lot better. I definitely not a skill that I have yet. So we're gonna ignore that, okay? Just take off some of that bulk at the bottom, that's all. Definitely don't be taking off length though. Did I take off length? I feel like I did. Did I overpoint? Did I overdo it? It's possible. I mean, we're still a ways away from being too short, so we're okay. Okay. Fine by me. You know what's funny is I picked this up being like, yeah, I'm gonna use a ruler to figure out how long I need to cut. And then I just didn't do that. I meant to hold it up to the hair. Okay, these are like the longest pieces of hair, so let's use the ruler now before we go forward. Oh my, that was about 4 inches of hair. Okay. Well, good. And this is the part where I'm like, you know, I actually don't remember. We don't cut this at an angle. I actually have YouTube right here open next to me, so I'm just gonna take a moment to pause this and look that up, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I looked it up. Funny story, in Brad's video, he actually cut off 4 inches, so we are doing good today. Okay. Somehow this has managed to like completely dry in the like 2 minutes it took me to do all of that. So we're just gonna again get this part nice and wet. Oh, I don't wanna like dump. Okay. Oh, that's wet. Okay. Maybe a little more. And then we're just gonna brush it through again. Oh. I mean, I could go back to the kitchen sink that's like 2 feet away from me, but that would require me to get up again, and that's kind of hard sometimes. Some days like today. Okay. Okay, again, I am trying not to lift my elbows off of this table. This is so awkward. It also like definitely doesn't help that I can't really see what I'm doing. Instead I get to see like what the reflection is in the phone recording device. But I can't actually see. Okay. See, this is why brushing it out is super important once it's wet. Because like, I don't know if you noticed, but the length of my hair just like changed so much just now. And also one more thing to note is I'm using the like denser part of my comb, to really make sure that there's no tangles. So when I cut this, it's gonna turn out well. Alright. I think we got it. I think we're good now. Oh, no, we're not. Okay. Cool. Cool. So this one, here, we're gonna bring it forward. So because again, I can't lift my hands off this table right now, okay. I'm gonna have to actually duck down anyway, so this works out. I'm gonna actually like, put my face also, kind of rest my chin on this table right here. And that gives me enough leverage to pull this forward. So we're gonna cut off the same amount of hair, about 4 inches. I hope you can hear me right now. That'd be really awkward otherwise. So I'm gonna pick myself up again, measure up to 4 inches, get my fingers to there, and then put my head back down. So, measuring out the tip one more time. Getting that brushed out. Then pulling it all kind of straight. Cutting, holding this. I mean, it doesn't have to be exact, it's gonna be fine. So 4 inches is about right where my thumb is. So let's go a little lower than that. Okay. That's pretty good. Like, I'm okay with that, if that much goes. Okay. So, we're folding it about a little this way, See, some of my hair isn't even gonna get cut. Like, maybe I should go a little short. Okay, you know what? No, we're not gonna overdo it yet. Let's just cut this. And then we will go to, oh, I see. Okay, well maybe I will go that short, we'll see. Let's just cut this amount off first. Okay. Okay, that was a good amount that we just snipped off. Again, no need to be scared. This is always going to end up a lot longer than you think it will. So it's gonna be okay, I promise. I know, me reassuring myself. It's funny. Okay. So again, we're just gonna pull it forward, make sure that tension's on there, and just kind of ensure that everything is somewhat even. And as long as it is, then we can start point cutting. Yep, that looks decently even. I know there's like a little bit sticking out here. But listen, most people are not gonna notice. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's okay. Okay, I legit can't see what I'm doing, so I'm just gonna take this down. Get this out of my face. Oh, that is something. Okay. You're fine. Oh, ooh, she is definitely doing something. I don't know if I like it yet. Well, it's also not even, it's not even anything right now. Okay, just patience. Patience. It's like cut into the hair just a little bit. Just get the bulky ends off. It always really interests me sometimes when people point cut or like they appear to be point cutting, and just like you see one hair fall off. Like I don't actually know how much you're supposed to be cutting with this when this happens, but I think you are actually trying to take bulk off, right? So like let's take bulk off. Yeah, and let me also say, the curtain bangs part is going to do a lot faster than this. This part with the ponytails has taken an insanely long amount of time. However, for me at least, it's still faster and more energy efficient than doing to the salon. I'm gonna just twist and do this part because I can't reach. Just to do a little bit of point cutting with this part because I can't reach it otherwise with the. Listen, if anybody actually ends up watching this, I genuinely feel like I'm gonna get shredded, or not shredded, roasted for this technique, because it's not a technique, it's just me trying to copy what people have done. That's fine. Let's take her down and see what we got here. Oh, that's painful. Okay. Did we even change any length at all? Oh, we did. We definitely did something. I actually can't tell what's going on in the back. like this part definitely feels like it's changed, you know? It also might help if I had a mirror larger than 3 by 3 inches. Um, See, like this part, definitely there's been 8 dot short, 8 dot really nice and short. Right, like we can see this, we can see this, we can see this, kind of. Huh. Alright, how much wood did we get here? Okay, I feel like we didn't actually cut off any length at the bottom. It's still as long as it was before. Let me figure out what I want to do about that. Because I actually don't hate the way it is right now. And my main kind of issue had been just like how heavy it was getting with all the hair. I mean, clearly we've lightened a little bit. Did I want to go shorter than this? I kind of did want to go shorter than this. Hold on. I'm trying to see where like the majority of the layers are sitting right now. Like, do I want to just like do a cut right here? Just to get these ends kind of gone. And then leave the rest of the layers kind of where they are. I think that might be a move actually. Because I don't think it's a good idea for me to push the back up again. And that will actually give me the front layers that are kind of giving the volume while keeping the back kind of a simple U shape. What if I do that actually? Because the majority of the layers are sitting right here anyway. Because I wanted to go kind of shorter regardless, I think I might do that actually. Let's get rid of this. But this is the part where we're going to do it carefully, like the first tutorial said. Okay, so this might actually not end up being a butterfly cut after all. This might end up being a... I think people called them like 90s layers. But essentially if you wanted to like continue with the... Yeah, because this is I'm also like, I can't see the back of my head right now because I don't want to mess with that any further at the moment. And I know for a fact that there are layers back there, it's just, I can't see them. Oh, see, you can see them now, okay. Wait, that's better. That's better, that's better. There we go. You can see them if I like brush it, you can see that they're right there. Okay, that's good. So it seems like the last layer is kind of around right here. Like the dead ends need to go essentially. That's all that needs to happen here. These dead ends need to disappear. And since this is a cut where it's shaggy and stuff anyway, if it's a little bit kind of U-ish at the back, literally no one's going to be able to tell. So just get these tips a little wetter, and then let's do it. I mean, that's the kind of benefit. I should probably move this one second. The kind of benefit of doing this sort of at-home cut is you get to make these decisions on your own. And now that I know for a fact I will not be ruining my hair, I'm quite happy about it. Or, like, what if... Yeah, because this way I know I'm not going too short. Like, I do think at some point I do want to actually go to a salon and get it properly shaggy in the back. But for the purposes of today, I'm quite happy with where it is. Alright, so let's pull it down. This is about to my chest area. And just snip that right off. And there we go. Or actually, I've seen people do it like that, or they just like bring it to the center and do it. Hold on, that actually seems like a good idea. Because that would really create the you that you desire. The you that you desire. That's funny. Do I want to do that, or do I like this block cut the way it is? I kind of like it the way it is. Okay. We'll just leave it then, that's fine. Get a few... Make sure we didn't miss any here, like we just did right there. Don't cut your fingers, of course. So yeah, that's fine. Like, it doesn't have to be too much more involved than that. So now I know, like, it was exactly sitting right here. That's actually why I worked, oh, you can't really see. Hold on. Let me finish chopping and then I'll show you all. Oh, oops. I parted the top perfectly. I did not part the back. I need to chop a little more off this side. This mountain of hair is like really not helping people see. Okay, let's try it again. Nice. Yeah, I kind of like that. Same thing with this other side. Kind of bring it all forward. Yeah, this is mostly just, again, for the dead ends to get out of here. So same length. So bring it forward, pull it down, bring it forward. We're not really trying to touch the hair, like that's not anywhere above this anyway. Bring it down. And then we're just gonna snip, snip away. Oops, I forgot to wet it. Hold on. Let's get the preliminary out of the way. Get the preliminary cut out of the way. Okay, yeah, this one's a bit longer because I tried to cut. Okay. This is definitely, again, the way to do it. Okay. Get that hair nice and wet. Okay. all down. And see this hair that you've missed. So there we go. Such a smooth errors. Some of this like definitely feels longer than the other parts, but that's okay. That is alright. Listen, if the back is looking kind of scary to you, which it might, that's okay, because you can just, put it up. Okay, We also wanted to refresh this front part a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna be honest with you, this camera is like not capturing it super well, but it doesn't look that bad. But anyways, let's deal with this. So everything that's not kind of the front pieces, we can just pin away. Even whatever the heck this is, okay. Good enough. Okay, so with this, definitely want your hair parted in the center, which it was just now, but in case we're starting from the beginning, let's just do it again. So again, for me, it's not like necessarily visual center, just draw a line from your nose. There you go. Great. And then you're gonna take, I keep mine pretty thin. I don't really like them to be too bulky. So just a little bit. You're gonna draw a corner, like about an inch back, an inch and a bit. And take it and draw a line from there to the corner of your eyebrow. Bring that forward. Okay, and then tuck everything else back. So, basically you want this part to not be see-through sections, but it doesn't have to be too thick if you don't want it to be, you know. Okay. Take a little bit. Hold on. One other thing is, once you've like done the half and half, and okay, once you've done this, you can also just tuck this behind so you don't get it mixed up with everything else, right? Okay, so now it's a little bit easier to see what you're doing. Okay. Just try to push this back a little bit so you can actually see. Alright, so we're gonna go back. So you can kind of tell that that's a triangle. Right, that is a triangle. Good enough. Anyway, don't gotta be exact here. I mean, I am making these kind of really thin, so I don't need them to be... Yeah, see, that would end up being quite a lot. But I don't necessarily want to keep them that thick, so... Alright, that's fine. It's good to kind of pick it up in your hand and kind of test the bulk of it so you don't end up cutting more than you want to cut. And I'm going to be leaving these pretty long anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. One thing about me is that I will always just like do something that can be fixed. Like even now, if I didn't end up liking what I just did with my hair in the back, it's long enough that I can just go to somebody who knows what they're actually doing and get it repaired. Alright, corner of my eyebrow, push that rest of it back. Alright, do we like this? Yeah, that's fine. Looks just fine to me. Triangle and triangle. Great. So now, it's like our 5th time saying this, but let's get it wet again. Next time I'll be sure to prepare a spray bottle. In case you couldn't tell, this is a very impulsive decision. Emphasis on impulsive. Like I was literally sitting here yesterday going like, what if I just cut my hair? And then here we are. Should be doing this with the dense side. Great. Now let's just go to right below the lips. Is that approximately straight? This part does definitely not have to be perfect, but... Oh, that is not at all approximately straight. The heck is this? What did I do? Okay, hold on. This is a little bit of a struggle for me because my fingers sometimes shake as I'm moving. Okay. Definitely, again, we are not going past... We'll come back to this little strand right here, but... We are not going above the lips. For this first cut at least. Okay, that's actually fine, so we're already stemming off most of this anyway. Okay. So now let's put this back in the center. Right? Yep, that's the center. Right. This part you should be really careful with, I think. Alright. Let's do the easy side first. Kind of wish I had a square. I shouldn't do that. Brought a pin or something with me. Oh, I have a clip. I just clip this up. Maybe I will, just so I can see what I'm doing. It works. Okay. So for this part, we just take our fingers, right? This is our this side, and we pull them parallel to where we have brushed. We over direct. We basically pull until we get to our final strand. I'm actually going to do it with this hand so I can see. And we're going to pull. And we're going to pull. And we're going to pull. That doesn't seem quite as dramatic as I thought it was going to be. Hold on. So like kind of the stronger the angle you pull it at, kind of the more of the swoopy effect you get. So I think I like this. This looks alright. You can see it, the final hair is like right here, so you're just gonna cut straight up. There is another way you can do this to make it not quite so arbitrary, but let's do this for today, just because this is how the tutorial does it. Just cut straight up. This is my left hand, so it's a little harder. Okay. It's like too close to my face. Okay. Yeah, that looks fine to me. I'm gonna do the same thing on the other side. Yep, that's not bad. So I'm just gonna top this now that we don't have to deal with it anymore. Same thing. So I think I did that actually pretty dramatically because I don't know if you could tell. There was quite a difference. Okay, that's good, I think. Like, nobody's looking for perfection here. It's okay. Everything is going to be just fine. Yep. That looks like it's the way it's supposed to look to me. Alright, now that we've spent almost, like, what, an hour together? Oh, it's only been 36 minutes. Okay, that's actually not that bad. This is shorter than I thought it was going to be. All you gotta do is just connect these end pieces that we've made to the rest of our hair. So we do this by kind of pulling out an additional, like, 2 inches of hair right here in the front. Okay. And then we kind of see that, okay, where is the bang ending? Which the bang is ending right about here. And then our next layer is where? Right about here. Okay. So this part is where things get a little interesting. This is also one of the other harder parts, in my opinion. Where we're going to like slide, cut, and connect everything together. Okay, it was actually not too disconnected regardless, so it won't be too bad, I think, this part. So make sure it is brushed correctly, as always, so you can see what you're doing. And then you kind of take this, see where it's ending, which is right here, right? Okay, so it's right there. Then we take this. Again, rest your elbow where you need to rest it. Literally just take this, go like this, and then just nibble. So nibble, 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 nibble. And just kind of like, that's all. There you go. It's definitely looking weird right now because this is not normally how I part my hair or anything. So it's just kind of like free. Once I actually wash it and it's like settled, I think it'll look fine. So that's the easy side because it's your dominant hair that you slow down. This is the side that I always struggle with, so let's figure out if we can do it easier. Ooh. Also, I've like never cut them this short. That's gonna be an interesting look. Okay. Anyways, pushing these off to the side. The one thing I like about anything, again, I can just tuck this. They're long enough to tuck. So if I don't want to wear them, or if I end up not liking them, that's why I definitely recommend if you're doing this for the first couple of times, go much longer than you think you want them. But this is, it's kind of cute. So I like them. We'll leave them. The same thing on this side. Take about 2 extra inches of hair. Push the rest back. That's like way too much. There we go. Push the rest back. Figure out where it's connecting. Or where your final thing is. So mine's right here. Okay, great. I mean, I definitely understand why wetting the hair is so important. Now, Because if you don't, it just like doesn't sit properly when you cut, and it really does cut so much easier if your hair is wet. So did I grab the wrong 2 inches of hair? That's definitely not something you want to do. Grab the right hair. Okay. Okay. So now grab the rest of your hair with your hand. Your dominant hand. Now, as I do this side I am going to go very, very, very slow. Okay? So I can see it needs to connect here. So we're just going to, again, do some nibbles all the way down until it gets to the end of that hair. So we're going to take this, like this, like this. Both of my elbows are still on the table. We didn't go anywhere. Okay? And then we're just slowly. Okay? And that was that. It is now connected. Great. I feel like this cut was maybe a little too dramatic. Okay, it's fine. It is what it is now. Oh, there's one more thing we forgot to do, which was see if the sides matched. Which is definitely an important step we don't want to skip, because if they don't match, your bands are going to be uneven. Let's just take approximately 2 middle parts. Okay. So yeah, this is where it should kind of create this like rounded effect right here. I mean, you can sort of see it's doing that. If for some reason it is not, or you don't think it's like doing it enough, you can fix it if you wish. For me, considering where the center of my hair is, it's like I normally part my hair a little bit to the side. So for me, it's like actually kind of better if it's a little bit more gradual on this side and more dramatic on this side. So I kind of like the way it is right now, so I'm not going to do anything to it except snip this like a little bit of extra stuff right here. Just to make this a little bit less like there we go. And this side as well is like a little bit right there. This one piece of hair is too long. There we go. Okay, but it is doing the thing it's supposed to do, which is great. See? And I do think they were slightly uneven actually. This is a little bit longer, I think, than this side. But it does balance out, so I don't mind. Okay. Great. Now let's take it all down and put it all together. Oh my, that is different. That is a different look. Hoi. Hoi hoi. So, let's see, what's the best way to do this? I don't know, do I like this? Do I like the way it is in the back? Or is it boring? I can't tell. I'm trying to like feel, because I don't have another mirror to put in the back and see what's actually going on. Like, I definitely feel layers back there. It's not that they don't exist. It's just they're not that dramatic. It's kind of unexpected. You know what I might do? I might just like leave it for today and come back and repeat another day. I think that's a good option for a lot of people. Like, it's just you get to scissor happy and end up actually overcutting and ruining. But all the dead ends are gone, which is the important part. And it's like, it definitely doesn't look bad. Like, there's a lot to work on, but it's also not bad at all. So, yeah, I'm gonna wash it and come back properly. And we'll see what we're working with. We definitely lost length, that's for sure. The top part doesn't look that different though, which is actually good. Because I really liked the way that looked. Oh, just saying, oh my gosh. See, it's like, it's still kind of long. Like, it's still longer than I expected. Oh, you can't really see it over the mountain of hair right here. Okay, well, I also know that I have kind of curly hair. Or it's not curly, it's wavy. It's like lightly wavy, though. It's like 2B, 2A sort of waves. So I'm gonna lose a little bit of length with that as well. So I definitely want to see it kind of with that. So yeah, I'll wash and I'll be back. Okay, so actually I'm back without having washed my hair. I was sitting here for a couple of moments just kind of absorbing, seeing what's going on back there. And I just think the back is too boring the way it is right now. Like, I like the front a lot. I think once it's actually washed and, you know, dried a little bit, this part is going to be really pretty because I can actually feel the layers that have gone through. Whereas in the back, I can't feel anything. And it's just like kind of nice layers all the way up until here, and then it's all flat back there. So I've decided what I'm going to do. I'm actually not going to record this part because it's basically going to be the same thing as what I just did before, which is put up the front. I'd separate the front part. I'm not going to put that up because I'm not touching any of this. This has turned out as good as it's going to turn out, especially because it's all like the length right here. This is exactly where I wanted it to be. I wanted it at my collarbones. So I really like that. So definitely not touching that at all. I just need the back to be a little bit more put together. So what I'm going to do is put it back up and take off maybe another inch. Not even too dramatic. Just another inch. Get a little bit of shape back there. Because right now, yeah, it is just way too flat and I don't like it. It's not going to look good once... Because the thing is, on an average day, I don't really have... Where am I? The camera's over here. On an average day, I don't really have the energy to do anything to my hair. I also don't really have any like tools or anything, so it's mostly just my hair gets brushed and I either put it into like a low bun or a low braid or loose braid, or I just like leave it out and go. Yeah, so it needs to be a style or something that is really low maintenance and does not require me to sit and do anything to it. Yeah, and right now with like the lack of motion in the back, I think it's just gonna look really boring. Um, so yeah, I'm just gonna try to get some more layering in the back. and then we'll do that. Okay. Alright, so I've got my hair back up in that same ponytail, got the ends wet again, got it brushed through again, and this time what I've done is I've taken a hair from the back, which is the longest piece of hair, I've taken it out of this ponytail. So we're going to use that to measure and then cut this part. And I got the tip wet again, so it's still easy to cut. So here we've got our strand of hair, which is the longest strand. Okay. And I'm just going to pull it forward, and pull it forward, and pull it forward, and pull it forward. So we can safely cut this much more hair without seeing any issues with cutting the length off. So I'm going to slide my fingers down just a tad bit more than that and cut right here. This is just like an additional inch of hair maybe. Not a very concerning amount. Yeah, it's better to get the bulk out first and then make it straight. It's okay. Okay, now that that's there. Yeah, because I really wanted this to be kind of a dramatic change. So if it looks the same as before, it's kind of like not, like what even was the point, you know? And it's definitely not too short. Like, we were nowhere in danger of it being like too short to put in a ponytail. So as long as we're in ponytail slash low bun ability range, we're good to go. Okay. So same as before, again, we just want to clean it up a little bit. Let's see if that's so uneven. Oh dear Lord. Okay. I think I'm gonna do this half and half. I think that's easier. I think trying to hold all this hair at once was just not it for me. Okay, that's good enough. And then I'll just grab the rest of the hair, including whatever it was that we were doing with the hair. So this part gets all straight too. So we're using this as a guide piece. Clean up the rest. And we gotta make sure we were holding this entire thing at the same angle the whole time, or else the angles will be off too. So make sure you don't move your arm around too much if you're doing this in parts. Okay, there we go. And then the final little bit right here. Why is this so hard? This is like the last piece right here, just like never wants to cut straight. I have a feeling even that was not straight. Oh my god, cut! Cut! Okay, let's double check that one more time. Oh, that is still very not even. Oh my. And do a little bit of those little pointies. And do not get your bangs caught in this because that is a disastrous idea. Just like cut a little bit into that hair, into the box. I think next time instead of doing this, I'm gonna invest in some thinning shears. Just for the little bottom parts of my hair where there's so much kind of just bulk sitting. I mean, okay, let's not pretend like we're an actual hairdresser. I mean, in some ways, I feel like isn't this a look on its own? Right? Because I've got like the high ponytail. Yeah, that's so amusing. Okay. Just trying to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, well, it is what it is. Let's take her down and see what we've done. Ah, there we go. There we go. There we go. There is kind of a little bit of difference, just a little bit. Just a little bit, okay. Good, I think I'm slightly more satisfied with that. There. And it's just adding a little bit, okay. I'm gonna be so honest with you, I was so tempted to just like take off another inch. But I don't want to do that today because remember, you can always go shorter, like if you're not satisfied with it. You also don't know what it looks like with all the waves in, so this is definitely like that's a look. You can do things. I don't know. This is at least tolerable, you know what I mean? Like I have not messed anything up. So I'm gonna leave it here for now. Wash and come back. Although honestly, I'm kind of tired today. So it might be a I'll see you tomorrow sort of a deal. But either way, you will see the finished product or like refined product washed at some point. So bye for now. Okay, I actually cut there. Okay. Yes, clearly I do not do this very often, if ever. You just like have to pick up the larger pieces and put them inside this mound of hair you've got going on. Okay. Now that you've got everything that you can kind of easily pick up with your hands, you're literally just going to wrap it like a burrito. Making sure not to lose any of what you've already put in there. Okay. You know that it is wrapped safely. Oh, I missed some. So here, you can just like, you can clearly see that that's hair, right? So you just want to pick it up. and stick it in there. Okay. And wrap this. Great. And now you've got this like package of hair. Now because your thing is still wet, this is the easiest time to pick up the rest of the hair. So just take this as it is and just sweep. Also, if there's hair stuck on your, okay, I hope this isn't gonna flip my phone. There we go. If there's hair stuck on this, don't forget to just pick that out too, so you don't have to deal with it later. Put this to the side. I need to wash this out, so I'm gonna leave this as it is. That was kind of weird. I shouldn't have done that. This is my normal everyday use water bottle. I really have to thoroughly wash that out. Okay. Managed to find a few longer strands on my... Okay, these, the longer strands that are on my pants are from when I was brushing my hair. I didn't really brush it over the table, so you can tell. Because they're longer than anything that I've cut. Okay. So you got that. If there's any hair stuck in this thing, just like basically pile it all up. This is a much easier cleanup than having to sweep from your bathroom, in my opinion. Because personally, I have a hard time bending down. So, it's just nice. Go ahead and wipe this off. And we're going to wash this off as well when we're through. But at least now the bulk of the hair is gone from it. And as I said, anything here? Since I've kind of cut everything in this little square region of area, the hair hasn't really traveled anywhere. So I'm probably, once I wipe this up, wipe everything, because hair would have gotten everywhere. Because hair, it travels like that. Wipe all of it. Right? Hair tends to stick to wet things. So you can just kind of scoop it up like that. And then take this directly from where you... If you have trouble getting out of chairs like I do, you might want to do that part, or like put it down, stand up, and then do that. So you can just directly take it with your hands to the trash can. I forgot to do that, so I'm gonna pause it so I can awkwardly get up. And then re-wipe with the wet tissue and then throw it away. However, if you have a hard time with even that, which is fine, obviously, but another thing you can do, which I was thinking about doing it, but then when I tried to lay it down, it actually reflected like dark light on my face and you couldn't really see what was going on, even more than you can't see what's going on right now. It's like you can barely tell the difference between this and my shirt. But you can lay like a plastic bag as well directly under you, so then you don't even have to do any wiping at all. You just have to tie the bag closed, which is a perfectly easy way to do that. Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that. Only because this is supposed to be a guide for people with disabilities, so I know that some of us have a hard time. Like, well, it's easy for us to kind of do a task, but then it's like, kind of the mental tension of having to clean up afterwards prevents us from wanting to do it. So yeah, this is just an easy way. Hope that helped. I'll hopefully really actually go shower now. So see you. Alright, so never once have I learned to leave well enough alone. So we're gonna be pivoting a little bit now. Because I sat here for another good half an hour being like, I don't feel like a new person. And like haircuts are supposed to do that to you. You know? That was kind of the whole point of this, is I wanted to feel like a new and different person. And I guess today I have learned that the butterfly cut, although really cute and pretty, if you're trying to take off length, but not like dramatically, is not the cut for that. And I also just like rewatched that video that Brad did a while ago where it was like, what is the ideal cut for your face shape? Pretty informative. I either have like, I'm pretty sure I have an oval face. Kind of. I don't know. It's kind of long. So he said that a blunt cut wouldn't be bad. So I was thinking, I recently saw him react to somebody who did like the bob followed by adding some layering in. And I was like, well, what if I do a simplified version of that? Because yeah, this is still looking way too ridiculously long compared to everything else that's like nice and up here. So I have center parted my hair. And gosh, do I not like the way that looks. There's a reason I don't do center parts in real life. And now we're going to use that tutorial this time. And also, I'm not going to do a proper bob. It's not going that short. So we're still, again, always leaving it long enough to where it can easily go in a ponytail in case we mess up. And honestly, most days it goes in, like I said, the ponytail anyways. So it's not like anybody else is going to really be able to tell the difference in my hair, but that's why I'm doing this for personal satisfaction. Okay, so, and to be even more thorough, a lot of people do 2 rubber bands or 4. I am using 6. So let's start with the front ones. I'm going to my collarbones, which is where we had intended to start this in the first place. So we are going back to our original plan. So the sectioning we're gonna do is like pretty small sections because like I'm doing 6. My hair is not necessarily thick enough to need 6, but we are doing that anyway. So first section, taking the front hair and going to right behind the ear. Simple. And when we put the rubber band in, we are putting it right against the body. We are pulling down. We are not pulling out. We are not pulling to the side. Just straight down. And I'm gonna, like I said, I'm going to the collarbone, so I'm staring straight ahead. And I am going to actually tie it a little lower than where I want to cut. So I think right there is good. So yeah, this front part probably isn't going to get a lot cut off because, oh, this is a really big rubber band for such a tiny little cut. Well, I also don't have a lot of smaller rubber bands, so we're going to have to make do. That's fine. It's just gotta hold the hair together, right? That's whatever, that's fine. So we're gonna snip right at the collarbone essentially, so right above where this is. Great. Second section. So this is all separated. Second section, again, we don't want to pull anywhere except down. So whatever is going to pull together to go down. Right. Not pulling out, don't pull out, pull down. And the elbows are not lifting off the table as promised. So you see kind of where this is going to sit. Right there. Okay. And so we've pulled. Oh yeah, all this needs to go up too. Right? And we're going to brush this out a little bit. And brush this down. So, taking this. So don't pull it forward either, because that is really going to mess you up. Okay. It's also like such an awkward length to be doing this at, because like okay, that's fine. I mean, when we cut, as long as we're careful to cut, like, we're gonna do this one first, is the thing. Once we do this one, then we can take that guide piece and put it. So right now it's mostly just for the sectioning that we are putting this together like so. Okay, good. And then finally, we're going to also separate straight down in the back. I know, this is making me very nervous. Like, I most definitely should not be doing this right now, but whatever. This rubber band is going to be a little bit more difficult to put on because it's in the back where I can't really see what's happening. So we're just going to do the best. Okay. That is definitely way too high. That's okay, we'll fix that before we actually do the cut, so it's fine. Okay. I was feeling we could probably just do one side at a time, but whatever. So the same thing on this side. First section is in front of it here. Everything's going to be fine. See, that's what I don't understand. Like, this is the same section of hair that we took on the other side. Yeah, why does it feel like 50 times more bulky than what I just tied? You know, that is very confusing to me. But pulling it down and not out. And also, this is important. Make sure your head is like level. So relax your arms as well when you're doing this, so you're not putting unnecessary tension on there. So go to where you want to go. Look straight ahead. Loosen it up a bit. There you go. So this is where we want to put it, and then a little lower because we want to cut above the rubber band, not below it. So as you can see, again, this front section, not very much is going to be coming off, which is very good. And in fact, like almost nothing is coming off. That's okay though. Yeah, well, that's fine. Then comes section number 2. So you're gonna grab from the top downwards. This is going to be, it looks like, my bulkiest section. Wait, make sure we're not taking too much at once. Like, it's okay, we can go back, resection, and redo if we need to, but we just don't want to take too large because then it will be really uneven when we do the chop. Okay. So, same thing, make sure it's pulled down, not out. And it's about the same height. So for me, since like it's a little bit difficult to maneuver around, I am tilting my head, but I'm keeping that same downward tension. So make sure that if you do have to hold your head in different positions to do this tying, that you are not leaving that tension or else it will become very uneven. Alright, so I can already tell this one is higher than this one. So when I cut, I have to be really careful. I can just pull this down. Pull this down. There we go. Now it's pulled down to the same height. Okay. And last up is this one. Which, as I just mentioned, is really like a very big section. I might end up splitting this into 2, which is fine. Yeah, I think I might do that actually. That's like a really big section to be cutting it for. Oh. Oh, I don't like what I just did right there. Oh, it's okay. I might retie that one before I cut it. Okay. This one, again, when you tie it, you're going to kind of tilt your head backwards. Okay, let's just take this out because it's not. I'm doing it with this piece instead. We need to redo this one. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. Everything is fine. So everything is being pulled down. Down, down, down. Right there. So down, down. Yeah, this one is probably one of the most awkward ones for me to do. So I'm trying not to pull it forward, but I think it is getting pulled forward a little bit. I have to be really careful when I cut that one. Okay. I'll be so honest with you, I think it's just gonna be easier if I just do the chop for one of them and then follow that guided all the way around. Alright. That's gonna be fine. Let's not worry too much about this. So, again, we're measuring to our collarbone. So a little bit below this. That's where it is. And just a nice, simple. There we go. She gone. Ooh, I should really like those lines. Okay. Well, same as that. So now what we can do is take a guiding piece from right here, right? Let's actually take this kind of, because I can't really see what I'm doing if it's like in the way like that. So I'm just gonna take this. And just kind of clip it out of the way. This looks so weird. It's fine though. Okay. So same thing what we just did. Remember to take the longer piece because we put some layers in here earlier, right? So don't take the layered piece, take the piece that's long. Match it up. Okay, so as you can already clearly see this rubber band is above that. So we're gonna pull it down. Pull, pull further. And also pull it in the direction of the hair, not in the direction of this. So it's gotta go straight down. Okay. That is matching now. Basically the top of the rubber band. Here, this is one other thing he said we could do, is like, if it's hitting hard, just hold it all together, right, and pull it down, and pull it down, and pull it down. But then when you get to where you want to cut it, bring it forward with the same tension. And then cut, cut. Okay. All right. Well, that did something. And it also doesn't look that uneven. Okay, I'll take it. Can I still put it up? Yes. Hi. Oh, we're good. If I don't like it, it can most certainly be put up. Very good. Oh, I actually kind of like the way the little flip. That's kind of cute. Okay. Great. I'm actually gonna save the backs for last because those are making me very nervous right now. Instead, let's put this down and then try to match this side to this side. Oh. Goodness, y'all don't understand. That was so scary. Okay, let's put this all down now. See what we're working with. Ooh, okay. Wait, why is this actually a vibe? I don't really like that I said it like that, but like... Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh, I like that. Ah. Alright. Yeah, especially like once I get the front kind of layers in as well. This one, it look, at least the front is gonna look fine. The back is where we are. Oh, but I really like that. I really like that a lot. Ah, okay. Sorry, I should probably get on with an actual cut before I start freaking out, right? Okay, so now, we know that we run the collarbones on this side, so we're gonna do the collarbones on this side as well to get it even. Oh my gosh. It has literally been years since I've had hair this short. Like, so long. Because whenever I've been doing my own kind of general haircuts for the last, like, 2.5, 3 years. I don't think ever since quarantine started that I've been to the salon. So, it's been a hot minute. And every time I would do it, I was always too scared to go short. So, this is definitely a big, major change for me. Alright, remember to look ahead. Look straight when you're doing this. Relax your shoulders. Bring it down to the collarbone. You feel it right there. Feel it right there. Okay. You can just snip. Okay, I'm gonna actually do this one a little lower because the rubber band keeps falling off, and that's just not. It's not gonna stay. There's not enough hair to grasp that. Remember, it's okay to go a little longer. It's not okay to go shorter. So let's really make sure we are at the right height. And we are not tugging across, we're tugging down. I'm sorry, I've said that like 50 times now, but I'm just trying to remind myself. Okay. Let's just see. I can't tell. I cannot tell. I think I went a little higher on accident. Hold on. Okay, I did, but that's fixable. It is, I promise. Okay. How we're gonna do that though is we're going to take this. Yeah, maybe I should have done this part first. Thinking back. Or let's actually see whether there is much of a difference. Okay, you see that? There's like a millimeter of difference. Okay. That's actually fine. Which for the front pieces isn't actually going to matter because we're going to be cutting them into layers anyway. So it does not make any difference. Oh, also, wait, let me drop that. Yeah, okay, so it's just a little bit longer. That's fine. Cool. Now, this is the nerve-wracking one that needs to be retied first. So, let's take this guide piece, Somehow the guide pieces are the same length, but the front ones are not. This is interesting. Hold on. Oh. So they are the same length. Okay. I think I actually grabbed like a banged piece when I was doing the testing. That's fine then. I was gonna say I measured right to my collarbone, like that should not have messed up. Ah, okay. Crazy. Crazy, really. Oh, I'm so scared about this back. Okay. Anyway, so now this piece. This piece, what we gotta do is retie first. Retie and re-wet. So the same thing as before, I'm gonna take this that we just chopped, and I'm gonna take like the longest kind of piece from this, which should be back here. Yep, that's good. We're gonna leave this down, or this down, because this is also like the closest in distance to this part, so it'll be about the same if we do it like this. And then we're gonna rotate this and get it out of the way. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna retie this one. Yeah, it severely needed to be retied. Like, this is bad. Okay. I also think I just lost my guide piece, so let's be careful now as we do this part. Okay? And I feel like I need to say this one more time as myself, to give myself a reminder. Just gonna grow back. You're fine. Like nothing is happening to you. So here, in order to make it go down, I'm gonna also tilt my head to the left so I can comfortably tie it. Do I have another clip? I do, right? Let's clip the. Get that completely out of the way. All right. Now, as he's mentioned again, we're going to. I'm actually going to take another guide piece because I don't remember how long it is. We're going to kind of pull it over here to where this is. Right? So we're going to pull this down a little bit. pull this down a little further, even a little further, but like down, so it's like downward. Okay, so right about there. Does that look right? Yep. So again, we're going to take the tension in the hair as it's going down. And then just like that, pull it forward. And I'm also just gonna cut right above the rubber band. Alright, how did we do? Okay. That looks about even. I think there's a few little snips you might need to be fixing later, but that's okay. About even is a good place to be right now. About even is a great place to be even. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it feels about even actually. For real. Okay. Good. Let's let this down as well to double check that. I mean, it looks like it connects, and that's really what matters here. It just needs to look approximately the same. Great. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that so far. I'm really happy with that so far, actually. Great. Oh. Okay. Now for the back parts. This is where I get really scared. Because we now need to do things that we cannot see and that we can barely even reach. But we're gonna get through it, and it's going to be fine. Okay, I'm just gonna do that so you can see what's going on. Okay, let's start with this one we got back here first. On this side. So now we're pulling all of this up and away. So I can see what's going on just on this side, just this. Okay. Yeah, great. So far I haven't needed to lift my elbows off the table, so we've been doing pretty good. I mean, as you can see, this is not something you really want to take too fast. Because, like, this is a lot harder to cover up if you mess up, so that's why you definitely want to be really careful at this point. So for this one, we need to pull way down. Like, this is so high compared to where it should be. So pull, 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 like way, way, way down. Okay. And I'll take this guide piece again from the section that we just cut closest to the section that we're about to cut. Okay, so our band is still too high. So I'll pull it even further down. This part is a little bit difficult to do without picking my elbows up. It's just a little bit hard. Okay. But we're gonna get it done. Alright. Now for this really difficult one. So we picked up the guide piece, and we're sure that this guide piece is the same length as the rest. And now we're going to hold the same thing as before. Okay. Now it's all together. Alright, now we're holding it between our fingers. Great. Pull downwards. And with that same tension, okay, I can't really see what I'm doing with all this in the way, so hold on. Yeah, I cannot see at all what I'm doing with all that in the way. We're gonna have to tuck this as well. So I guess everything in the front, even this, most of this, all of this needs to go. All of this can stay for guidance. Okay, yeah, all of this needs to go up. Sorry. I'm just so like enamored with the idea of having short hair right now. And then once I get less busy, I can grow it back out, you know? Okay. Okay. So we're gonna grab this. And we're pulling all the hair. I'm even gonna split this into two. This is making me very nervous. Yeah, like I'd rather do more sections and have to pull it forward more times than mess it up, you know? And I guess if we're doing it like this, we don't even need to put the rubber band in. So it's almost better if I do it with my right hand and go down. And then bring it forward like that. Because I can see that line really clearly. Okay, I might just do it with my non-dominant hand. It's fine. Just first cut off the bulk. So you can see what you're doing. It's okay if it's longer, leave it longer. There we go, right? So now that I've done that, now I can see what's going on. All we gotta do is just join the lines together. Really easy. Make just one cut across. Really easy, I said. Really, really easy. It would be easy if I wouldn't keep bleeping missing the hair. Okay, that's better. But remember, this is the guiding piece right there. So do not touch this. Is that okay? Feels okay. Feels fine to me. I can't actually tell. So we do the same thing again. I guess now that we have another set of guiding, we can kind of let this join up with the others. Okay. That's kind of a look, isn't it? Don't know about a good look, but it's a look. Alright. So this this piece of hair is a little bit wet, which is exciting. Good. Where did the guiding piece go? Okay, this is the guiding piece. That's fine. It actually is still touching the collarbone, which is great. Good. Good, 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 good. Delightful, even. Alright. see it? I see it. Okay. That's the guiding hair right there. Alright, we're just about to done and cut the Alright, let's see if we can do this in a more efficient manner. So let's actually just take half of this even first. This is really taking such a long time. But so the issue is that this is like twisting my fingers. So I can't just take it like this. I have to take it like this. But like perfectly parallel. Like this. Okay, that's fine. So we're gonna push my things back like this. And then bring it forward like this. And then I see the guiding piece right there. So then I just transfer that tension right here, like so. And then I see that guiding piece right there. So then I can just snip-a-roni. Take off the bolt so I see what I'm doing. Right? Do that first. Get that all brushed out of the way. And then we can see what's going on here. I think I need to put a little bit more down because I think I know my hair is like so done with my shit right now. It's not even funny. This is really where a spray bottle would have come in such handy. So I actually called my parents before doing this second round of cutting. I was telling my mom that, I think it looks fine what I had done earlier, but I don't really feel like, I don't feel like it's done anything to me. And she was like, yeah, it's probably because you're too scared to, do an aggressive cut because you're doing it on your own and stuff. And she's absolutely right. I was so scared. But also, it's like, if you want to be dramatic, you gotta just do it, I can't tell where the guide piece is from this. And I can see there are shorter hairs. But I don't really see. I think we're fine though. I think the guide piece was. Let's put down a little bit more hair so we can tell. So just a little bit. Let's take out one or two of these. We can't just take out one or two of those. I have to take it down. Let's see how we're doing. Is that section a little bit longer than the others? Yeah, I feel like that's still longer. That's fine. Let's take this and put this back up. I mean, we are very much going to be fixing all of this later on as well, so no need to be too afraid. So, tension, pull it forward. Yeah, see where this is very much out of line. With everything else, even this is still very out of line. Okay. Slowly, slowly, one thing at a time. So pull that forward. Yeah, okay. So first start with this one. This one down, pull it forward. That's fine. I can no one's looking for perfection from me. We slow it down, pull this down, tension it, bring it forward. So that is pretty obviously longer though, so we want to definitely snip that. No, I missed a hair right there. I'm like, it's right there. I see it. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's straight. Good. And now for the most nerve-wracking one of them all. You see that? I see it. Oh. Okay, and now let's refine it with smaller pieces. Right? This is surprisingly difficult to do. Or not surprisingly, like I knew this was gonna be hard, but I don't think I expected it to be this hard. Like it's to the point where I can't even tell like what part is correct and what part is not correct. Because it's like all about the same length. Okay. So here's step one. Alright, I can't pull it forward and cut it like this. But I can tell approximately. Let's see if we can get these guys up. I mean, I can almost guarantee it's not even in the back, but that's quite alright. That is so quite alright. definitely tell that that is not it. Yeah, it's a little too scary to do that right now. Maybe I'll fix that at another time. Like just these back pieces. As long as the front pieces are looking fine, I think that's okay. Yeah, we can definitely even this out a little bit shortly. All right, time for this side. Oh, I am exhausted. I am so tired. Today has been such a stressful day. Okay. I mean, it wasn't stressful. I just made it stressful by suddenly deciding that I was going to do this. Okay. All of these are still looking approximately the same way. Approximately is good enough for me. Okay. And these lines too are all looking approximately the same length. Great. So what's all that's left? This part and this part, huh? Or yes, technically this part is all done. For now. So it's this part. Is this part still? Yeah, this part is still really long. Okay. I have a feeling I'm also going to miss a hair at some point. That's okay though as well. So let's see. This can still easily be put into a ponytail. What do I do? Oh, that's kind of cute too. My arms are like literally aching right now. Definitely, if you decide to do this at home and you've got a disability of some sort, um, maybe plan out what you want to do a little better than what I have. I mean, obviously, plans change as they occur, which is obviously fine, but know that this is a possibility that you can just randomly be like, actually, I don't like what happened here. After all, I want to do something different. Just recognize that that can and probably will happen. And if it does, you're going to need to spend a lot more energy than you may have been originally anticipated to adjust. Alright, so now just this other tiny little section here, which we're definitely retying because that looks atrocious. We don't need to really retie it. Alright, got this all together. And I'm going to take the rest of this and put it up. Yeah, okay, we can very clearly see where that is. Yeah, basically the idea is to get as much of the hair as we can out of the way every time we do this. So we can really see what we're doing. see that. Good. Oh my goodness. We've come to now the last couple bits of hair. And then we can see what damage we've done. And then we can connect the layers in the front, and then we'll be done for the day. And then I won't pick up another pair of scissors for hopefully um, another age. Okay, so it turns out my phone is like running out of battery, so I might actually pause this here and then come back to the end, or like the front parts. Okay, so I'll be back. Alright, now we're back. Like I mentioned in the intro, it's been a whole week, that I've had to sit with this, kind of see where things are, placed, what changes I want to make, where to clean up and such. So, yeah, I got my sleeves super wet when I tried to get my head wet in the bathroom sink, or kitchen sink right there. Anyways, so what we're gonna do for detailing a little bit is just take a little bit of the weight kind of off the bottom, but for the most part I like the way it looks, so I don't want to change that too much. Now, how we're gonna do this is a little bit different than what the tutorials kind of looked or did. So we're gonna section off kind of at our temples right here, and make kind of like a U around the head, and have like that top section, and then we're just going to put hidden layers. I don't even know if they're gonna end up being hidden layers or mini layers or something, but we're going to do that for just the sides, and then for the back, because I can't see that quite as well, we're going to like very aggressively point cut. And one kind of benefit of doing it this way is it's okay if the back is longer, because it'll look kind of like gradually going backwards. So yeah, I'm hoping that it will connect the layers or connect the cut a little better. And I also need to like double check what these bangs are doing, because they do be looking a little interesting these days. I don't necessarily know that I cut them as well as I wanted to cut them. So yeah, just a little bit of details today. Let's get started. So again, as usual, we're not lifting our hands off of this table. And I'm not being like too specific about this with the sectioning, because it doesn't have to be too specific. Although we do want it to be kind of straight, just so it's Oh yeah, and then we're gonna do like lifting. We'll do something different for the top part. So right now we're just kind of getting it out of the way. Oh. I mean, we do want this to kind of be aligned, so that's why I'm pulling this down. Okay, I think that's fine. This part, like, definitely does not need to be exact or perfect. It's just the hair pieces on top need to just be coming from all around the head, that's all. That looks about even to me. I'm also putting a little bit more down on this side, just because this side has like slightly heavier, like this bottom part is heavier on this side. Okay. Should stay out of our way. Itchy. Good enough. I might retie when I. Hold on. Okay, we'll decide when we do that side. Let's just do this side first while we're at it, you know? Okay. So we also want to section again from here. Shut the. My peanut gallery is on the side here. She's seen this. I'm FaceTiming some friends. So we're sectioning. It keep making me laugh. You're gonna section just like in front of the ear. Okay. These are hose. They keep making me laugh, and I feel like this may have been a bad idea. I'm not gonna be able to do this without laughing, but whatever. Anyways, if you pull it forward, you obviously want to pull it. You know what else I realized this week? It's a lot harder to do this when you have short hands or short fingers. So like, don't look at the front hair as like an example because I had already kind of cut my front pieces. So you just want to hold it like parallel to your head and just like pull it forward until you can kind of see some hair falling. And then you see that there's a triangle right there. We're just gonna cut a straight line. I also realized I was holding my scissors wrong last time. This thing's gonna go in the middle. This finger goes in the middle, and you can like rest your other fingers. Exciting news, isn't it? And just make that straight. That's all you're gonna do. Straight line, real easy. So this is literally just to take some weight off the bottom there. And it goes to the same length. Surprise! And what I'm realizing now is that I should have brought another clip with me. Because now I can't move this. Oh, that worked. Okay. So leaving this down since we already touched this, we don't want to cut that again. Just take the next section up here. Make sure there's no tangles or knots in it. Go down. And I realize that I am like finger sectioning, and you can be a little more precise if you want to. I simply don't care to be, so I'm not. So, use your comb. Okay, this section is a little bit more obvious in the little triangle that's formed. So this is a little harder to do than one would think. I'm trying to like not just cut straight across, but I'm going to just do that for the initial bit and then try the point cutting. Okay. See, when people point cut, they're actually point cutting into the hair. A lot more than what I just did. So they'll like hold it pretty high up and then actually just like cut into it. Oh, maybe not what I just did. Like at an angle so that hair like actually gets like sliced off. But anyways. Did something. That was kind of all the hair in front of my ear. Maybe we'll do one more section just because like this is in front of the apex of my head still. Yeah, this will be the last section for this part of this. It's pretty easy. It's not like it's anything too complicated. We're not trying to change the length of this, just the weight. Okay, here as well, the triangle is pretty obvious. Just Okay. And then maybe we'll just do a little bit of extra part cutting because this one. Mm, just like a little bit of length to just like clean out that a little bit. Okay, that's good enough for this side. So as you can see, there's like not that much hair. I mean, I'll show you at the end, but that was really meant to be too much. Yeah, I feel like I pulled out too much. Okay, that was fine. Did that do enough? Mm. Well, considering that we're not aiming for perfection, I think that's good enough. Okay, that's good. So this side is a little bit harder for me because it's a little bit harder for me to turn my head that way. But we'll get through this. Oh, yes. My fingers, seriously, are not long enough for this. Okay, wait, let's leave this down. Cut the guide with this and then do the rest. Oh, what a struggle. Okay. Why does this feel different than this side? It is a tad bit different than this side. Or I guess it's not actually. Never mind. That's fine. Ah, there it is. That's good. You know, at the very least, this is like good practice in using your dominant hand. Like, I feel like I've used my left hand more over this weekend and last than I've used it for, like, I don't know. a really long time. Now using the same tension, you're gonna pull the rest of this like section of hair, drop the bottom bits, and pull this in the same direction at that height so that we can just get that. Okay. Good stuff. So that was this bit. Just pull this up and out of the way. Another vertical section. And make sure it's after the vertical section, like you're going all the way down to like the hairline, because if not, you're gonna accidentally end up cutting your hair shorter than like your layer gonna not gonna work out. So really just like holding your thing parallel to your face. And just always make sure you're cutting above your little paper towel. Oh my gosh. Oh, I probably should like actually cut a little bit into this one. Okay. Ooh. Going strong, folks. Going strong. Also, high tea. We've got our emotional support coffee over here. Yeah, I find it comforting to have a good cup of coffee next to me. Anyways, not that you really need to know that, but I was gonna take a sip and I just feel weird about doing these things in front of a camera. I don't know. Not used to it, but okay, I think this is the last section now. Fully behind the ears, this is the last thing to the apex. I'm sorry, these people keep making me laugh and I keep slipping for this reason. I apologize. This video is kind of silent. There's not really a whole lot to say. It's just snipping. Also, when you're brushing this out, make sure you brush it like evenly in the direction that you're pulling. Because I'm finding that every time I twist my hand a little bit, it's like going different ways, which is really not helping matters. I might do this one in 2 sections. So my fingers are coming out a little short here. Okay. Also, why is this piece? What is this piece doing here? What is this? Ugh. Oh, also, full disclosure, I had my, the day after I cut it, like the big chop, I went to my work and had my colleague take a look at it, and she did snip 2, like, little sections of hair from the back of my head. So like it really wasn't perfect what I did last time. But all things considered, it was like 2 tiny little sections. Really not bad. Okay. Anyways, that should definitely... Why do I feel like one of the sides lightened more than the other side? I don't know. I'm pretty happy with that though, so that's fine. Let's just split it down the middle and kind of see what we're working with in the back. Because the back is where I can't see. That's also why I'm not really attempting to do what I just did from the back. Okay, that is looking like it's sitting a little bit better. Let's see what happens if we just like also pin this part up. I don't know if my clip can handle this. This pro clip is like struggling. I'm sorry, clip. And you might be like, why don't you just get up and get another one? No, that's hard for me. I don't want to do that. So I won't. So now we're going to like take our fingers and just I don't actually know what I'm gonna do for this part. We're gonna try some things just to see what's easiest with our elbows still on the table. Okay. Sure. Now that I've done this, what am I gonna do with this? Okay, let's just twist that off. Whoa. Interesting. What if we actually just did the same thing again? Theoretically that would work. Okay, maybe we'll do it, but we'll do it like really like not as bad as we just did. Or not as like harshly. So I'm not even touching the bottom section of hair. Right? I see like this kind of extra long. This is hard to see. Okay. See how kind of like these pieces are a little bit longer than this piece right here? Here. Is that better? That's better. We're just gonna cut that line straight too. These are gonna be hidden, like no one's gonna really be able to see this. So Alright, let's see. That should have lightened. Oh, it did. That feels definitely noticeably a little bit lighter on the bottoms. Exciting! Now for the very last part. So I'm gonna take a second. I'm gonna pause this. Just to, I need a moment. That was a little, my arms, pulling them back is a little hard. So I'm gonna take quite literally a 2-minute break and I'll be right back. Okay. So as I was taking my little break, the kind of side pieces fell out, so I just tucked them behind my ears. I don't know why my throat is like, that wasn't supposed to happen. Whoops. Ooh. We're good? We're good? Maybe we're good? There we go. So now for like after the last part, which is just adding kind of the top layering and getting it to sit well. Now this part is important because I think I probably may have already mentioned this earlier, but this is not meant to be a high maintenance cut. It's something you should be able to just like smooth your hair out in the morning and move on with your life. Although styled, I do think it would look quite cute, but I don't have that, so this is just gonna hopefully help it. Ow. Ow. Hopefully help it sit better. So, or I guess we'll do this and then we'll chop the front bangs and then be done. Okay, good, it's still wet. Blah. So, I was thinking about what would be the easiest way to do this. And actually, doing a little wolf cut type moment with this might be the easiest way, just like sticking this all into a ponytail. That would just create a nice upper layer of things. So let's maybe try that out and see what happens. But when I'd originally intended to do this, I was like, oh, you know what would be cool? Is actually like, sorry, it's like hard to talk and do this at the same time. Kind of pull it all directly up and then just softly point cut about an inch into it, and then that should create a nice kind of rounded shape. So yeah, I'm still thinking as I brush this through exactly what I want to do. Ow. Ahem. Hi, welcome back. This is what happens when you don't have a stand to put your recording devices. Wait. 5 minutes stay. Yep, that's good. I think I shook the table too much. That's why it was not into it. Oh. Okay. So if I actually tilt my head down and then section this into two, so like a front half and a back half, right? Okay, right? Great, front half and a back half. Oh yeah, that looks like something. Okay, okay, I think we can work with this actually. This is, oh dear lord. Definitely did all the knots out there. I don't know how I managed to miss that. It's like, there we go. I get that out of the way. So now we can kind of see what it is we're doing, right, you know? Okay. So this is the backest part. I'm gonna replay this too. So where is this going? Right? This is going to like all the way here. Okay, so this cut off like about an inch. That should give us a little bit of visual interest at least. So again, this is like just a U shape from the back of my head. I'm just going to do this like super gently. And then we're gonna cut about the same amount from the front and back. So this is gonna create again that, ow, please don't cut your hands when you're doing this. So I'm cutting this really blunt right now, but I'm gonna make it even more. Hold on. Why did I just hold the tension so much better in my right hand? This really is interesting. See, it's like so much easier for some reason to do this. You know, also I'm realizing I should have done it straight out. Okay, there we go, now I've off the tension. So that's the thing, like no matter where you pull it to, if you pull it to where it's supposed to be and then just like gather the tension to where it needs to be, then you can pull it wherever it's easiest to cut. So pull it forward. You've got the tension now, and then you can bring it closer to you. So now, now you can see it, but I just cut. I didn't do that evenly. So, from where I was supposed to be. So, now it's easy to fix. So maybe pull it the right way. Regather with the right angle. Regather with the right angle. That's close. Closer. And remember, this doesn't have to be perfect. That's just the top layer. Okay, works for me. And then we just gotta point cut a little bit into it, and then we're good to go. Okay. It's just easier for me to point cut like this if I have it closer to the side. Excuse me, the side that I'm cutting. And I also like do tend to spread it out a little bit when I'm doing this, just so I don't cut off too much, or don't thin it out too much, I should say. I also think I just felt a piece of hair in my mouth, which is just not it. Ooh. Oh, there she is. Oh, yeah, not a lot of length difference, just a little bit, you know. Okay, good. Now let's just get this last bit done. We'll be good to go. Let's just clean up just this little bit. Okay. This last thing is just to fix the. What is this? What's going on right here? Oh. Okay, I'm sure when I actually brush that out properly, that'll be fine. Last thing, let's just deal with this, the veins and make sure that those are as clean as they can be. Oh. Oh. Okay. She's something for sure. Okay. I'm actually gonna do this part looking in the mirror because I can't see too well on the camera. Just to double check the evenness of everything. Ah. And then I'm actually tired again today, so I might shower, wash it tomorrow, and show you the final result. But it's not gonna look too much different than what I had at the beginning of this cut today. Yeah. You're gonna see it's just a tiny, tiny bit better. Okay. And then also I saw another person tell how to tell what your bang section is actually supposed to be. I think it was this person on YouTube called Mains by Mel. I think they're also pretty well-known hairstylists. So uh, I don't think I can actually manage to see this properly in my tiny little mirror. But I think they said put your comb like on your forehead and then wherever it lifts off is your bang section. So like put your thumb. Okay. That's not my thumb. That's my index finger. But let's just try what they said. And again, we're going to draw a line into the corner of our eyebrows and bring it out. That actually looks like about the section that I had pulled out for the first part anyway, so not bad. Okay. I didn't check it dry last time, which was really my mistake. Because I think it wasn't quite as refined as I had wanted it to be. Okay. Let's check the easier side first. Oh. See, notice how, like, this, it's not as, like, correct of a gradual, it's just like free and then free. You want it to be way more gradual than it is. So, I mean, I guess it also matters, like, how you're holding it. I make sure it's all even, and then we're gonna just clean that a little bit. So, just okay. There we go. I mean, it doesn't look any different, really. It shouldn't look any different than it did last week, but it's just making sure that just be cleaner. I actually did a pretty decent job, I think, when we first started anyway. So, nothing to be too concerned about. So, this one too. That one definitely does. Let's see. Okay, that actually does look pretty even. I think I just want to clean up just a little bit right here. So we're gonna pull again. Spread out a little bit. Make it a little easier to see. Oh, and also this edge right here, it's not quite as dramatic as it needs to be. So, I just wanted to, right, just right there. And then let's just make sure that's as connected as we wanted that to be to the rest of the hair. So pulling from right behind that. That's actually not bad as it is. I'm just gonna clean. Ugh. Okay, so I feel like after this is when it kind of drops the ball. Like up until here, it's fine, right? And then what's the next section after that? Oh. Wait, that actually is fine. I just felt that all the way down. And if I look in the mirror as well. Huh. Okay. Cool, cool. Maybe it's not super obvious due to the lack of styling, but yeah. That's definitely not going to be problematic to leave that as it is. It's the same thing on this side. I'm just gonna clean this extra bit right here. It's a little bit harder to see this sort of stuff when your hair is like wet, so that's why I'm just gonna. Catch me not holding these scissors at all properly. Yep, that's a little bit better. So as you can probably tell, my hair on this side is a little bit thicker than the hair on the other side. So that's why it's going to be a little bit different how it looks. That's fine though. Let's just take the next little bit here. Make sure it's connecting to the longer pieces. Which where is this coming from? That's like too far back. That should not be in this bank here. Okay. Yeah. You're approximately right. Yep. Cool. So Yeah, the last entire bit of that was super quiet. Apologies. I just want to like touch and feel the sides to tell approximate length differences, if any exist. Since we didn't touch the bottom parts anyway, there shouldn't be any differences in length at the bottom, which is the more important part. But as you can see, so the tiny bit of layering, which like reduces the weight on the very bottom. I don't really have a whole lot left to say about this. Okay, so I guess before I head out, again I'll wash it once and show it. But that's been the whole haircut. All right, so we are back with washed but completely unstyled and unproducted. Is that how you would describe? Okay, we'll just roll with it. With unprotected hair, which basically means there's nothing in this aside from the fact that it's been washed. And I actually was in a rush when the washing happened, so the conditioning didn't really. I put conditioner on the bottom parts, but I don't think I left it on there long enough to really consider it being conditioned either. So this is basically like the puffiest and kind of most base level. Like I also didn't do any scrunching, so like there's not really any waves in here right now. Like this is ground zero for the hair. In terms of how it looks day to day, I would say it's not too different than this, aside from I usually do put some oil kind of on the bottoms, because you know right now it is kind of giving a little triangle. So yeah, if I put oil at the bottoms, which I don't know, I think this video is kind of already long enough as it is, so I don't really want to make it any longer. Just know that it doesn't look quite so triangle-y, usually. But yeah, generally speaking, this is what it is. I am going to turn around so you can see the back as well, which is really funny because I haven't seen the back, because I couldn't get. I have my handheld mirror, and there's actually a mirror on the wall behind, or like cabinet thingy behind me, but I couldn't get a clear image of like what's going on in the back using my tiny little handheld mirror. And on top of that, like this camera is, it's fine, but because my hair is black, I don't necessarily know that it is capturing all of the layers that are actually in here, because they do exist. They're really not bad. Even just kind of in this base level. And I'm sorry, I can't like stop looking because I have like light for my computer screens on right now. And sorry, 1 second. And like it's making me look really pasty, and I don't know why it's like throwing me off so much. I also put tinted lip gloss on because we gotta pull a look together, but it's really just giving vampire now because I look so pasty, and I don't think this like purple is helping either. Anyways, now that we have talked for a good 5 minutes, let's turn around, and then I'll like tell you about the observations that I have. Okay. So this is what it's looking like. We'll give you a couple of seconds to process. Oh, I should also note that it hasn't been like brushed either. Like I just raked through it with my fingers. So when I said this was ground zero, I literally mean like this is ground zero. Okay. So let's start with overall thoughts. I took notes, so like that's why I keep looking up over there. The notes are here. Number 1, my overall thought with whether like these sorts of haircuts are kind of friendly, like disability friendly, I would say for the most part, yeah, it was pretty doable, and I didn't really have to like move my arms way too much when I was doing it. Like I was basically supported by the table the whole time. So yeah, for the most part, I would say not bad, not too bad if you have similar ability levels to mine. But it was still kind of rough on my hands and fingers. Like I could feel my wrist kind of cramping after a little while, which is why I did want to say, you know, the stretches that artists do or people, programmers as well. We do stuff where like you kind of stretch out your wrists before you sit down and type too much or, you know, write or draw too much. So I would actually recommend that everybody kind of does those before they start because that will prevent your wrist from hurting the next day. And if this is something you do regularly, then it will prevent you from getting carpal tunnel because you're doing a lot of repeated motions and straining these muscles. Yeah. I also want to note that I know I said I was going to follow those tutorials that I mentioned as closely as I could, but I did have to make some deviations in the second step of when I was doing the blunt cut with how I did the layers because I had tried to, I planned kind of everything I had done out before I started, and I tried to do those like 4 ponytails where you kind of take the top half of the hair and just like cut out kind of the excess bits, but I could not figure out a way to get those ponytails in the back to correctly be in the right position to cut off that excess, so that's why I had to do the layering the way I did it. So yeah, that was one part of the tutorial, and I'm not saying this to like pick on the tutorial, it's just an observation. Okay, the tutorial is fine and well and good. But yeah, I could not figure out a way for me to do that, which is why I did it the alternate way. As far as the actual end result goes, I would say it's like a pretty good start for what I want. I think I still have some refining to do. I think the bottoms are still really, really heavy. Like when I did the pulling forward and cutting off the triangle part at the end, what I called the shaping part, I think I did not shape enough. I think I need to figure out a way to elevate it a little more. So I was pulling it to 90. I think I want to pull it. Still, this will not change from pulling forward, but I'm going to tilt my head down. So that will make the angle of elevation higher than 90. That would be step one. Step two, another change I want to make is when I'm taking the vertical sections to do that, I'm probably going to take them, instead of taking them purely vertical, I'm going to take them at like more of an angle. And so that way when I pull forward and elevate, combined with me looking down, that's going to, I believe, take more weight off of these bottom parts. So again, it'll just be a U-shaped horseshoe we've taken off because I think the top layering is not bad. I think we got the weight removed where we wanted to remove it. I think it's just the bottom parts now that need to be refined more. So yeah, overall I'm pretty happy with where we turned out. And one more thing you probably noticed when I turned around is that the back is very much U-shaped. So originally my intention had been to cut a proper blunt cut where everything was like even all the way around, but then as I was doing the back parts, I noticed that like I couldn't fully reach back there to do those pieces of hair. So instead I opted to pull it forward and do those chops and have it be in a U shape to make sure that it was at least even rather than it being, you know, kind of good on one side, not quite as good on the other, or just like a very choppy straight line. So now, like, I believe, at least from what I can feel with my hands and from what like coworkers have told me, sorry, coworkers have told me, it's like a pretty decent U shape. So yeah, I'm much happier with that than it being not a nice line. Okay. Next up, I am also planning to put more layers in the back because I'm sure you could probably see the way I did the layers by like doing the horseshoe shape and pulling it forward. What that's absolutely gonna do, I realized this after I'd done it, is it creates a lot more layering in the front, but then it tapers off to the back. So what I should have done instead was just pulled it all the way up. And I guess I'm still trying to figure out how to do this with arm supports, so I might have to like, yeah, I'm still thinking about this, by the way. But this is going to be another next step that I do probably as soon as I figure it out. Lay my face like flat on the table, like looking down, like parallel to the table, and then try to go out like this. So similarly to how I did the ponytail for the butterfly cut part. So yeah, you want it to kind of all be elevated upwards instead of pulling it forwards. I think that'll definitely help create better layering in the back, which is sorely needed. I'm also wanting to do it kind of closer to how hairdressers really do it, because it's also kind of short right now, and it won't, a single like wolf cut style ponytail will not function. It doesn't all get up there for me to really get weight off the bottom in the back in that way. Okay, so that was kind of my general thoughts and observations about the haircut. Now I have some really, what I think are decently helpful reminders. So I'm going to start with like general reminders and then go to more specifically reminders for people with disabilities, and then reminders even more specifically for people with scoliosis. Okay, taking from the top, the number one thing I would say for everybody is to make a plan and like really know what it is you're doing going in. I would say that you would have to watch at least 3 tutorials of people doing exactly what it is you want to do, and then watch at least one person who failed to do exactly what it is you wanted to do and was kind enough to share that experience with everybody so that you can learn exactly what you shouldn't do. That is like my number one tip. It's like do not go into this blind unless you're that confident, in which case like I envy that confidence. Like even for me, like I know this was an impulsive haircut. It was very much, the only impulsive part was like when I did the cutting. Like I knew kind of where I wanted to end up, and I knew like generally how to get there because I've watched a lot of DIY hair cutting and a lot of people who do it professionally because it's a hobby of mine. I really like hair. So yeah, I had a full plan. You should also probably have a full plan if you're going to do this and you want to do a good job, or at least a decent job. Secondly, I would also say please go slow. I think in this one way my disability actually benefited me because I couldn't go and do every single part of it at once. Me having to slow down and take the time in between each step to really sit there and go, okay, like, do I like this? What do I not like about it? How can I fix it easily? And also, even when I was snipping, like, when I was sectioning the hair and kind of doing everything, I wasn't going slow because I wanted to go slow. I was going slow because I really could not go any faster. But also because I was going so slow, it was like a lot less likely for me to make a mistake and cut off more than I intended. So yeah, definitely go slow, and if this is one of the first times you're doing it, for sure go longer than you want. because hair bounces. It's gonna go up, especially if you have coily hair or like really wavy hair. Like you are gonna lose length when you kind of wash and dry and stuff. Also take into account your like face shape and your hair type and your hair density and whether you're gonna wear it styled or not. Um, since I knew that I wasn't gonna be styling this, I was doing my best to try to remove weight where I thought weight was. Again, I know I have more to remove, but like I was always trying to keep that in the back of my mind. I actually do think that if I were to style this or have somebody style it for me, I think it would look pretty cute actually the way it is now. But knowing that I'm not going to be doing that, I definitely have more weight to remove. And like, I think that literally anybody can pull off any hairstyle that they so desire with like the right attitude. But haircuts are also a really easy way to kind of accentuate the features that you feel more confident in. So yeah, take this opportunity to customize because that's really the funnest part about doing it yourself. It's like kind of measuring out and being like, okay, like for me, I liked the idea of like making my face look a little wider, which is why I like it when it sits kind of around here. I also, which is super funny because I wear a mask like when I go outside, so nobody's even seeing this part of my face, but it's fine. Whatever, it is what it is. At least I can look at myself in the mirror at the end of the day and be like, oh, that's kind of cute actually. You know, it is what it is. And then lastly, if you have short fingers like me, or fingers that actually aren't necessarily all the way straight, like I don't know if you can tell, or you probably could tell when I was chopping, like for some reason, whatever reason, I just have like weird bends in my fingers. Um, so you wouldn't want to like cut along that bend if you're using your fingers as the guide. So I would say if you do have fingers like me, take smaller sections and then hold it higher than where you're actually cutting so that you can do a clean snip and get actual straight, clean lines. And don't get uneven haircuts. So yeah, those are my general tips. So now for my friends with disabilities, a few more specific things. If you have, or I mean, actually some more general things. For people with any sort of like sensory sensitivities or just like if you would be bothered by hair on your face or neck, don't cut curtain bangs or consider avoiding cutting them or going too short because your hair is going to be continuously slipping out of ponytails or out of hair tucks, and it's going to be sitting against your skin, which is extremely distracting and could be distressing if you don't want it to be there. But of course, if you do accidentally cut it too short and it is bothering you, clipping it out of the way is always an option. But I would not recommend pinning because pins can really hurt to take out for one, and they're also kind of easy to forget that they're in your hair, especially if the pins you have are the same color as your hair, and then it turns into like a sensory nightmare to get that out. So yeah, I would say do more clips than pins if that's something you need to keep in mind. Then for other friends with kind of mobility disorders or just like conditions similar to mine or similar limitations to me, if you're planning to try this completely solo and you have less mobility than I do, I would still encourage you to try it. I think it's entirely possible. The only advice I would have is maybe don't go so short because well, the front parts are really easy to do kind of with your arms planted and it's just right here. You don't even have to turn your head too much. But going towards the back, it's a lot harder to reach back there. Like, again, that's the reason I did the U shape in the back. So if you're okay with doing the U shape, then yeah, absolutely go for it. You can pull it as far forward as you need to and snip away. And I also want to say, like, I used the hair cutting shears, but I also mentioned you can really use anything um, that cuts hair, which also means you can use adaptive scissors. Like, I think I saw some the other day in someone else's video where, like, they look like pliers, so you don't even have to, like, use, put in your things and go like this. It's literally just like you can squeeze like this, and it's just like pliers. I, for one, do not see any reason why you couldn't use that. Um, Although maybe like trying to do stuff with your fingers and holding might be a little difficult. If you're not able to do that, then just use more ponytails. Use more sections, and then you'll get kind of the same effect as like holding it and snipping at one level. But also remember that it is perfectly reasonable to just get a buddy to help if you want to like cut the front to your perfection and then have somebody else deal with the back. Like, that's an easy DIY option as well. Okay. I think those were all my general disability friendly reminders. So let's move on to like the very, very last bit, because I'm sure you all are tired of listening to me if you're actually still here and still listening. I'm going to be a little bit candid here and tell you about like my personal feelings. So if that doesn't resonate with you, just ignore that and disregard this entire part. But for me, it was a little bit kind of distressing to go from long to short hair because my hair is kind of one of the parts of me that I'm a little bit more confident about when it comes to my physical appearance. And I'll be honest, I often wear and wore my hair out when it was longer to kind of cover up and camouflage the curves in my spine. So going into the haircut, I knew that obviously covering my back up wouldn't be an option anymore if I was going to go short, but I don't think I was fully prepared for like how exposed I felt the first couple of days after I did the big chop. Because remember, for me, it's been kind of during COVID, I didn't really go out anywhere, but now like I am, you know, I'm in grad school if I have to, and yeah, it was just a very kind of jarring feeling. And it took a full week at least, I would say, for that feeling to go away. And like I'm definitely fine now and I'm happy with how it looks and I'm happy with how I feel and whatnot. But to be completely honest with you, like I don't know that the me of a couple of years ago would have like handled feeling that way quite as well as I feel like I did now. Um, and I really am not saying this to like scare you or like discourage you from doing this because I want you to feel confident and happy with how you look. So just it's something to keep in mind as you're making your hair cutting plan. And like remember that you can always go shorter. You can't put hair back and hair takes time to grow. So yeah, I would just introspect and just keep these things in mind as you decide kind of where you want your hair to be. Another slightly negative aspect about going so close to the shoulders is that if I do just like let my arms loose, I mean it's not quite so obvious on this lens maybe, but like because my shoulders are uneven, it definitely looks like I cut it unevenly. But there is a really easy way to get around this, which is actually just to tuck one side behind your ear, because then that naturally elevates it a little bit. So tuck it on the side where your shoulder is higher. Yeah, because that'll give you a bit of, that's actually not this side for me. It actually should be on this side. But for today's purposes, whatever. Tuck it and then it will naturally elevate and look even and nobody will be able to tell. Or if you do like a U shape, no one's ever going to be able to tell anyway. And another fun part is like if you do happen to keep your hair continuously tucked, I personally really like ear jewelry, and I think it's really fun to like add just things to your ears. I don't know, a fun aside. So if you happen to like that as well, it's a really cute way to style yourself, I guess. And if like piercings are not an option for you, remember that fake things exist. Like this is not a real ear cuff. It's it's a real ear cuff, but it's not like a real. There's not like a piercing there. It's just around my ears. There's also a good option if you have metal allergies too. Like I don't know. I actually didn't know that fake cuffs existed for the longest time, which is why I'm mentioning that now, in case somebody needed to know that. Okay. I'm trying to think. I don't have anything else on my notes. So that's pretty much all I had. I don't know how long this is gonna end up being because like I know the haircutting aspect itself took ages, and then I also feel like I talked for a really long time just now. So this is probably gonna end up being an insanely long video. So if you happen to watch all of it or whatever parts you needed and you made it to the end now, which I'll be really surprised if anybody actually does this and like gets to this part, but I hope that at least one part of this, some moments in this video have helped you in some way. And I would really encourage you if this is something you're interested in and you want to cut your own hair, you should totally go for it. It's a lot of fun and a really nice and creative way to like express yourself. Like, I don't know. I feel like I was really satisfied when it was over. I was like, yeah, wow, like I did that. I don't know. It was a good feeling, I think. Um, I don't really know how to like end conversations in real life, which is definitely translating to this now because now I'm just rambling. So I guess I'll just like I'll leave you with like a nice and positive message. Um, I don't know what I want to tell people. I guess that I hope that the you of tomorrow loves yourself a little more than the you of today, and that you eat well and take good care of yourself and stay safe. So yeah, if for whatever reason, some part of this did help you and you decided to cut your hair, I think it'd be really cool if you told me somewhere. I don't know how, because I am trying to remain a little anonymous, but like, I don't know. Yeah, I hope you decide to cut your hair, and I hope it turns out really well, and that, best of luck with everything.